Check 1, 2. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Still have not had the drivers' meeting this morning. Welcome to race number 4 of the Southern California Timing Association Landspeed Racing on El Mirage Dry Lake bed, hosted by the Southern California Timing Association. This is LSR Live. My name is Tim Johnson, your announcer for El Mirage. Appreciate you all tuning in this morning. Got a nice new view for you guys here. Hopefully you all approve. It's in the middle of the 4 staging lanes pointed down track. And we do have, we'll have 3 cameras if I'm allowed. We've got this one here on the start line. We've got Mark Brazeau once again walking around. And then we're going to put him down at the big end for a little while. We're going to also have him on the start line. But we also have at the 3/4 mark, it's a little crooked, we have this nice, wonderful camera. So we get to hear the audio as they go flying by on the big end. So this is going to be cool. Hope this works out. So far, image is cooperating. It's a little crooked, but that's all right. It's better than nothing at the moment. All right, we're about to start the drivers' meeting here. Keith is standing up on the tongue of the trailer. We're about to get that going. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. I need to work some details out.
I'm the president of the SCTA, elected by you all, so thank you. We've got a couple of people. Oh, don't worry about that. We got a couple of people that we want to call out today. Is Dale Tinker here? Dale is celebrating a birthday today, his 70th. Where's Pete Prentice? Petey, where are you at, Petey? Petey's got a birthday tomorrow. Kelsey Ann, where's Kelsey? And Kelsey has a birthday too. Yesterday. So we're going to celebrate some birthdays. I can't do this without Wendell doing a very, very quick.
This is going to be a Bill Murray-ish happy birthday song. So if you want to join in, it's going to be fast. Ready? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, all 3 of you. Happy birthday to you.
All right, now let's get on to all the good things that we need to know. So our El Mirage rules, we're here under permit from the BLM. No glass containers on the lake bed, no fires directly on the lake bed, no fireworks, and leave the tortoises alone. All right, you all should have acquired an entry pass to be here. If you haven't, be sure you get one. It's required to be on the lake bed. Be nice to the BLM. We have a couple of people out here helping us out today, so be nice to them. All right. I think that we're all familiar with the new procedures, penalties, and boundaries, but just know that we're going to be making sure that we stay in bounds in following all the normal rules. The course is well marked. I've been down it a couple of times. I don't see any issue. The end of the course is marked with lights, signs, and balloons. All right, lights, signs, and balloons. That's the only place they're at. When you see that, that means off the accelerator, pull that parachute. Double cones are in the shutdown area. You'll notice looking out here, there's single cones, and then it goes to double cones. So if you miss the lights, the signs, and the balloons, and you find double cones, that's a good indication you need to be stopping. A reminder, we're only a mile and third. The lights, the signs, and the balloons is not the 1 mile mark, okay? You guys are all laughing. I'm telling you. All right, use your chute. Easy on the brakes. Shutdown area is a little rough as usual. Turnout areas away from the tower, so going left. The sides are marked with cones. Stay inside of those, please. If you go out of that, then you technically are out of bounds, and we can't have that. If you have any parts or problems or parts on the course, turn in towards the tower. You're turning right. If you notice any parts that you didn't recognize when you're going down, just go find a patrol and let them know so that they can let us know so we can get those picked up off the course. The back door has very large signs. Don't go looking for them. All right, stay in bounds, period. I mean, I can't emphasize that enough. We've had, that's always a constant thing. Just don't do that. If you get dusted out, and if you look down there, that could actually happen today, stop. Don't try to figure out where you're at. Stop. We'll help you figure out where you're at. But we've had, I don't know, there's been years and years and years ago, somebody decided that they weren't going to stop, and we ended up losing a outhouse out here. So don't be that person. Speed limit, 25 miles an hour on the lake bed, 15 miles an hour on the return road, and around the pits here, 5 miles an hour. Pit traffic, be careful. Push big holes must use the return road, and that's going to be in front of the spectators in here. Don't go out and then come back in. Use that. Okay. Now a little bit about the course. The course is really, really good for a little while. And then for those of you that don't have suspension, about the 3/4 to 1 mile mark, we've got some repair that's happened to the course, and it's a little bit of bouncy. So if you were like Jim Hoogerhide, it's going to wake you up. The rest of us, you'll recognize that there's a little bit of a bounce. The center in that area is probably the best. If you also notice, we don't have any wind. We're going to have, it's just going to be delayed amount of time before we start. Don't go, even if everybody's excited, until, if you're a driver, until you feel comfortable that you could see the end. You get there pretty darn quick, so if you can't at least feel comfortable, just wait. We'll get it through. Right now we only have 40 entries, so we're going to have several rounds. And if it's okay, if we end up having a little bit of pause to make sure that you have a safe run. If the wind's been coming up just a little slightly bit in the afternoon, but in the morning it's been very still here. All right, CB channel 1 to start, and then if we find somebody that sits on the mic, then we'll move to channel 10. So if you're on 1 and you haven't heard anybody in a while, jump over to 10. The voice of El Mirage, Tim, is broadcasting on 88.7. I'm kind of blocking it, but 88.7 FM. So turn that on, and you can go from there. He's also live streaming, but you all will notice that it's on 88.7. All right, with that, Wayne Harkhouse is going to give us an invocation. Wayne?
Good morning, everybody. It's said that prayer is an invitation. So, Lord God, we invite you to be with us, the SCTA family. We think about the fact that 9/11 just passed. It's been 24 years. Yet for the people who lost loved ones, it's in their hearts that they miss them so much. For those of us who love Charlie Kirk, we miss him too. But Lord, we know they're with you. Lord Father, we want to lift up all the members of our military, the men and women who serve our country, who put their lives on the line. For our police officers, for our firemen, for all who serve us. We just want to thank them, Lord, and ask for your protection for them. Lord, we want to lift up all our drivers, our riders, their pit crews and family, Lord. Watch over them all. In your loving name, Jesus, amen.
Thank you, Wayne. And now. I'll apologize now. No, Wendell is our golden throat. Is gonna sing our national anthem.
Yeah, when he said the voice of El Mirage, I thought, gosh, I've been promoted. But it's still golden throat. And I thought that was a porn in the 70s. Come on, wake up, you guys! Come on! Are you awake? Yeah, the coffee guy ain't here. I'm going to cut you some slack. This beautiful tattered cloth right here represents our country. And what's interesting about it is, you know, the stripes are different colors. And if you look closely, they're different lengths. And then you got the blue box here and the white stars. But it all comes together to represent one thing, right? And that's America. That's what we're about. We're not all the same. So we sing this song in hopes that it brings us all together. Right? Hello? Hello? Hey, it's working. So who wants to sing with me this morning? I love you guys. All right. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? That's why I need y'all's help.
Okay, stay alert, be aware of your surroundings, make smart decisions, be safe, think safe, good luck, let's go racing. Don't forget to get your driver logbooks or your rider logbooks, so go find Kiwi and go find Scott. Thank you.
All right, driver's meeting is over. That concludes the driver's meeting. You get these cars off our track and people in position and get us running. Right on the front line there, you can see it. You've got Derek McLeish and Bill. No, I'm not going there yet. Derek McLeish right now is number 1 in points as it stands here in race number 4. And yes, I say race number 4. Technically, this is race number 4, even though we did not race in July. And Bill is 2nd in points currently. And runner-up in 3rd is White Goose Bar, Keith Peterson, in the modified mini pickup. That's your top 3 in the points battle currently. Good morning once again, guys. All the usual suspects. Mr. LeFevre, 5 Minute Scout by Back of Personal. Axel Foley, good to see everyone.
Right place, right time. Would you like to say hi and welcome to the world, and thanks to Wendell for finally getting off the mic? Okay, hold on. I'm going to introduce you and then we'll just ad-lib it. Okay, Keith Pedersen. We're here 2025 September, El Mirage. Keith, what do you have in store for us today as president of the SCTA?
Looks like we're going to have some great racing today. There's a good course. The conditions are like perfect for being out here in El Mirage. Got a lot of competitors out here, and we're going to have a great time. We finally got out of the driver's meeting. We got to yank the mic out of Wendell's hands there, and we're ready to go racing. So getting the last little bit set up, and we'll be off charging down the course very soon.
It's always nice to pull the mic out of Wendell's hand. Tell me who the SCTA has for supporters. We have any big sponsors that really would like to say thanks to help us pay the bills? I know there's a lot of crew and a lot of members, but who throws the big bucks at us so we all live this luxury lifestyle?
Well, ARP is definitely one of the big sponsors that we have, and there's several others right now. I haven't gotten myself together, so I can't run them for the whole list, but there's several of them that are out there. We have a gold sponsor list, and I'm remiss in not remembering everyone on that list, but that's our big sponsors.
Okay, how can people get in touch with the SCTA? What's their website?
SCTA-bni.org.
All right, sounds like we're going to get going. Thanks for your time, and have a safe week.
All right, thank you.
All right. Good morning. Audio check. Audio check 1, 2. Audio check. Audio check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tim Johnson, your announcer this morning for race number 4. First car we're going to send up is car number 21, Derek McLeish. Running on a 143-mile-an-hour record. That is an I-engine blown competition, or blown competition coupe. He will be our first run of the morning. Is it coming out on the... It's coming out here. Okay, good. All right, and you got the horns going now. You got the horns going now. Okay, all right. Perfect, thank you. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Check 1, 2. There you go. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Okay. Thank you, Ron. Oh, let's try that again. All right, car number 21, 155.898. 155.898 on a 143 class record. Congratulations, Derek. Take it to impound. That is a record. He's fighting hard to keep that number one in points. Although, does he have anything left in that engine after that run? We won't know until next run, next race. Great job, Derek. On course now, car number 69. Latin Racing with Bill Latin behind the controls, running on a class record of 105 even. That is a blown vintage gas competition coupe. White Lightning heading down course now off the push truck, favoring the right side of the course. Grabbing for gears, looking for a whopping 106. Car number 69, take it to impound, Billy. Congratulations, 115.299. 115.299 for car number 69. Great job in White Lightning. No, that's for Derek. If you can hear the sound of my voice, Paul Kelly, come up to the announcer stand on the south side of the start line. There is a package waiting here for you, Paul Kelly. If we don't claim that in about 5 minutes, I'm going to drop a $100 bill and take over. I don't know what it is, but it's probably something cool. Waiting on a clear course. We got Pete Prentice there. Morning, Pete. You're not going to set a 312 record with the salted peanut. Maybe if you pedal really, really hard. Waiting on a clear course. I don't see Jill this morning. I see Nick. Morning, Nick. We'll have to see what kind of socks he's looking at. Well, soon after this run. Oh, a little bit of stage fright. Go, baby, go. Car number 1347. Gary Carroll behind the controls, a honky. Sounding really good. Off the line, favoring the right side of the course. Transitioning to the center. Hanging on the rev limiter through each gear. Running on a class record of 116.135. That is a J gas coupe. Gary just went through the traps at 104.574. 104.574 for car number 1347, running on a 116 class record. All right, what are we wearing today, Nick? What kind of socks do we have going on? We're sporting the American flag socks. Nice. Gotta always check out what Nick's got going on for socks. It's always something cool. All right, up next, we're gonna send, who are we gonna send next? Looks like maybe a motorcycle? Too early to guess for the morning. Next up, out of the 200-mile-an-hour line, car number 83, Gearhead Guru Racing with Ken Coe behind the controls, bringing his normal ride back to the Salt rather than the red Trojan. Off the push truck and away he goes, favoring the center of the course. Looking to reclaim his record. That is a B Street Roadster, class records 202.867. Car number 834 through the traps at 195.305. 195.305 on a 202 class record for car number 834. You don't say. You got a customer. On course now, car number 9999. Running on a class record of 147.851. This is a K blown fuel Lakester with Mark Vigent behind the controls. Engine sounds like it was giving him a little bit of hard time. A little bit of backfire. Angry engine. A good run. It was producing power 153.984, 153.984 for car number 9999. Congratulations, Mark. Take it to impound. That he ran on a record of 147.851, I believe, his own record. That is for a K blown fuel Lakester. On course now, bike number 750. This is Leslie Ayers behind the controls of Black Cat Biggs. 500cc motorcycle. It's modified on fuel. Class record is 133 even. Bike number 750 through the traps at 129.497. 129.497 for bike number 750. So close to that 133. Pretty sure that's a class minimum, not necessarily a record. Next up, car number 81. This is an H diesel streamliner. Really cool body, a Vesco design body. still would love to have a little bit of alone time with this car and a camera. Beautiful lines on this car, beautiful paint job. It looks like we got Chris Mersick behind the controls on this run. Good morning, Chris. I know you can't hear me, but we'll say hi to you later. Class record is an open. This is a new class. Class minimum is 140. Although I thought he broke this record at the last meet here. Maybe he didn't. I tend to make things up or remember things incorrectly. He is using a 1980s VW diesel to power his diesel streamliner. Anybody have any spare piston rings for Chris? Thought this was a Landspeed car, not an airplane. Turn your smoke off. All right, here we go, on course now. Car number 81, Roland Cole off the push truck. Favoring the center of the course, going for that class minimum of 140. Go get it, Chris. Car number 81 through the traps at 136.749. 136.749 for car number 81. So close to that 140 class minimum. Right there on the doorstep of that record. Next up, car number 203, John Andrzak. Little wacky as he grabs for second gear, favoring the left side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for a class record of 147.810. That is a Callaway Warnock ride, H, fuel modified roadster. Car number 203 through the traps at 152.507. 152.507. Congratulations, John. Take it to impound. That is a new class record for H, fuel modified roadster. Great job, John.
Yeah, it actually was pretty quick after the last one. Those roadsters were dirty.
Great, she just ran right now. Yeah, 129. Oh yeah, yeah, KZ 750, the RZ 750, old Kenny Roberts bike. She sees them, and it's a restore. You have to restore it. Except for that.
All right, waiting on the dust to settle just a little bit. No sense in racing by Braille. Cone to cone. There's no instrument rating for Landspeed racing. Did you bring a car? Are you a rookie? On course now, bike number 7805, SCR Campbell. Ian Campbell behind the controls, favoring the right side of the course. Running on a class record of 105.657. That is a 175cc modified motorcycle on gas. Bike number 7805. Using a rotary valve Kawasaki engine, 1973 vintage. Looks like Ian was struggling with that poor bike. 51.530, 51.530 for bike number 7805. Bike had a little bit of stage fright this morning, it seems. It's not that cold.
Pull that over the other side now. Sit in if you won't.
Yeah, we're good.
Put it back over. Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to be talking because everything is live and they yell at me. Tell him you're sorry. He'll be fine.
Roaring on a course now, truck number 2111. That is an H blown fuel modified mini pickup. White Goose Bar Racing with Keith Peterson behind the controls. Class record is 145.606. 164.828. 164.828 for truck number 2111. Congratulations, Keith. Take it to impound. That is the first run at El Mirage on actual fuel and not just gasoline. I think he went a little faster than what he wanted to go. There is a really entertaining points battle happening between first, second, and third right now, and everyone is being hyper focused on how many miles an hour each car has broke their record.
Good deal. Thanks, baby.
Got it. But you can, I don't know how long it takes to put it up. You
You put it up.
Yeah, she likes to be ready.
Okay.
Yeah. She doesn't like last minute anything.
Yeah. Don't blame her.
Motorcycle 9.
Up next, bike number 9, Mark Summit, Woody's Aramaki. Running on a class record of 120.619. Sporting a 1973 Aramaki engine. Running on a class record of 120.619. Sidewinder Club entry. I do believe this is his record. That 350cc motorcycle sounds much bigger than its class. Sounding really good, favoring the right side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed, running on that 220 class record. Mark Summit. That is a modified motorcycle, push rod on gas. Bike number 9 through the traps at 115.554. 115.554 on a 120 class record. Nice run, Mark. Not quite there. Still your record. Next up, car number 908. Nice and strong off the start line. No push truck necessary. Kelly Anderson behind the controls of that I Production Sports. The Salted Peanut class minimum is 125. Kelly Anderson behind the controls. Another George Callaway car that's producing a new Landspeed racer. Of course, Kelly's no stranger to speed. She is a drag racer. When she's not Landspeed racing, she's going quick on the quarter mile. Well, what the NHRA thinks is a quarter mile nowadays. Wally Parks is rolling in his grave right now. Fake quarter mile. What is this stuff? Kelly just went through the traps at 100.699. Huh?
Six out of the 2-lane tower. We're going to wait a minute for the dust to settle. Yeah, copy that, tower. How is the vision for the dust condition? Thank you, tower. We're going to stand 666. Yep. Feeling good.
Next up, car number 666. Jim Hoogerhide, Costella Hoogerhide. This is an electric streamliner. Don't turn your hearing aid up. That is electric. Running on a class record of 224.521. That is a 300 mile an hour streamliner. He did 312 at Bonneville a couple weeks ago. Does not look like that's going to be a good run. I think he forgot to charge the batteries in that thing. He's just coasting by at the 3/4 mark. Better talk to his tuner on that electric vehicle. Blown a fuse? Maybe. Power curve was wrong. And that is a turnout for car number 666. Bummer. Sorry, Jim. Next up, bike number 248. Gear Grinders Club entry. That's a 1000cc modified pushrod engine on fuel. That is Francisco Gonzalez behind the controls. Class record is 140.143, and he's favoring the center of the course. That is Rutherford McLeish XB is the entry. It's a 2003 vintage Buell for power. And bike number 248 is a turnout. 9. And one more time, looks like bike number 248 was a early turnout.
Motorcycle 196.
Next up, bike number 196. Milers Club entry. Mitchell Lewis, that's a 2003 Harley entry. Sound like he's going for a cruise to Cook's Corner. Class record is 140.143. That is a modified pushrod on fuel motorcycle with Paul Mitchell behind the controls. bike number 196 through the traps at 92.135. 92.135 for bike number 196. He went 153. Up next, car number 747 out of the 200-mile-an-hour line. Out of the 200-mile-an-hour lane, we have San Diego Roadster Club entry Wayne Yurton behind the controls of the sexy Chevrolet C2 Restorations. Big block Chevrolet. This guy just walked away from a Corvette convention where it won almost the maximum amount of points. Won an award, Black Award. Not only does this car win awards, it wins records. Here he goes, favoring the left side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed, running on a class record of 204.461. That is a B modified Grand Touring. Take it to impound, Wayne. 206.292, 206.292 for car number 747. Congratulations, sir. Take it to impound. Winning awards and breaking records. Thanks for not making me a liar. Next up, car number 374. This is a F engine, blown fuel modified sports. Nathan Stewart behind the controls. Pipes Stewart Racing. That is a Milers Club entry. Using a 1994 Toyota 2JZ 6-cylinder for power. Class record is 213.724. He's going to hold for just a minute just to let the dust settle. And away he goes. Car number 374 on course now. Off the push truck, favoring the left side of the course, heading off into the dust. Racing by Braille. Cone to cone. number 374 through the traps at 204.845. 204.845 for car number 374. Not quite to the 213, still a good run. Next up, car number 50 out of the rookie lane. This is Sidewinders Club entry. Fruitiger 50 Racing. Is he on the right side of the cones? Got Haley behind the controls out of the rookie lane. This is a G engine fuel modified roadster. Chevrolet. I should probably clarify that it's actually a Chevrolet V8 4-cylinder. Car number 50 through the traps at 122.438. 122.438 for car number 50. Seemed like that was a clean pass. Next up, bike number 1130, Sidewinders Club entry, favoring the center of the course, running on a class record open, class record of 191.831. With Jack behind the controls on this run, a 2024 Suzuki Hayabusa, new horsepower. Let's see what the new horsepower does in comparison to the old horsepower.
All right, Nick Aries, we're here September 2025, El Mirage Dry Lake. Tell me what we're doing here this morning at El Mirage.
This morning we have a fantastic meet because there's light wind, there's no wind, which actually is a deterrent because it keeps the dust up and keeps it from clearing the course. But we don't ever want a lot of wind here. And the rains from a few weeks ago on the lake bed actually made the course hard and lots of traction.
Alrighty, and I thought I saw your wife running very early in the lineup this morning. Is that because she knows the starter or anything like that?
Yeah, I slept with her last night. So
yeah, all right, you
she's
stud.
number 6 in points, probably one of her earliest lineup positions ever. And she ran a 129 on a 133 record, but we know there's more in it.
Okay, now she is an avid race rider. What she usually run for bikes, and tell me a little about that.
Leslie has a total of 5 Landspeed bikes, ranging from a ZX14, which is a 1500 cc unblown bike, down to a 400. Actually, she has an RS 125, a little 2-stroke road race bike. But her big bike, the ZX14, has gone 205 at Bonneville, and 199.91 up here. Just missed the 2 club.
Alrighty, and of course Jill is not here. We're getting along without her, and she's probably out there. We'd probably say hi to her.
Jill, I know you're watching, or maybe not because you're in Italy, and she's probably hanging out in the gondolas drinking good wine, and we miss her.
No kidding, she's in Italy?
There's a huge hole up here.
She's in Italy?
She's in Italy, yeah. Family
Wow.
vacation that they take every year somewhere. So I'm stepping in for her, which is hard to do because they're giant shoes to fill, but I have a capable assistant in Ken Carlson. The two of us are making her look proud.
You certainly do. You are filling those big shoes with those big socks. And I think Ken was also challenge you in the sock race. I think
I do. I have a stiff competition now. I better step up my game.
Alrighty.
Mark.
Well, thanks for your help. Be safe this week.
Thanks, Mark. Have a good one. See you, everyone.
Up next, bike number 2656, an Omega class motorcycle. This is a special construction, partially streamlined motorcycle over in the 200-mile-an-hour line. Affectionately refer to this as a sewing machine. Very fast motorcycle. Class record is 218.336. That is his record. And Matthew is a San Diego Roadster Club member. I think we're waiting on the dust to settle here a little bit. Matthew doesn't have his instrument rating, so he was waiting for VFR conditions. Battery's got the battery charger there. He's taking a note out of Jim Hoogerhide's playbook. Make sure those batteries are nice, warm, vibrating before he takes off. A little bit of line charging. Here we go. We're going to send him. Here goes Matthew. 2656, running on a class record of 218.336. Don't turn your hearing aids up. This is an electric motorcycle. You'll have to pretend that this has some noise to it. Although when you hear it on the big end, it does push a lot of air, so it sounds pretty cool when it goes by. On course now, bike number 2656, favoring the left side of the course. Matthew's going to be one happy gentleman when he gets off his bike. 224.254, 224.254, breaking that 218 class record for bike number 2656. Congratulations, sir. Take it to impound. Great job. Give that tuner a nice pat on the back. Next up, car number 1205. LSR Club entry. That Guy Racing, sporting a 2009 Suzuki GSX-R in his K blown fuel Lakester, with Bill Daly behind the controls. Class record is 147.851. To the traps at 129.798, 129.798, running on a 147 class record. roaring on the course like a flock of angry bees. Bike number 263, that is a 100cc motorcycle. Running on a class record of 65, that looks like an open record, known as the Radio Flyer with L. Sawyer behind the controls. This is a modified motorcycle, push rod, blown gas. And Luke is using a 63 vintage Honda CT200 corked down to 100cc. And unfortunately, bike number 263 was an early turnout, running on an open record of 65 miles an hour. Bummer. He went by at the 3/4 mark, sounded pretty good. All right, if you own a gray Mitsubishi Galant, your plate ending with 605, you are blocking impound, and we need you to kindly move your vehicle. If it sits there for too long, we'll get some fabricators out here and put a cage in it and race it. Once again, a gray Mitsubishi Galant. If you're parked over by impound, we need you to move that vehicle, please. It is keeping our racers from being able to get inspected and get their records certified. Next step, out of the 200-mile-an-hour line, car number 47, Hacken Carlin. Running on a class record of 203.179. This is a B engine, classic gas altered. Using a Chevrolet 8-cylinder, 408 cubic inch. Sounding really good off the line. LSR Club entry. Car number 47 through the traps at 198.709. 198.709 for car number 47. Not quite to the 203 class record. On course now, bike number 7602, 175cc modified motorcycle. Push rod on gas, favoring the center of the course. Another one of those Derek McLeish rides with Ralph behind the controls, running on an open record of 72 miles an hour. It's a 175cc motorcycle. He's using a Honda CBR engine for power. Bike number 7602 through the traps at 73.035. 73.035 for bike number 7602. Record's a record. Broke the minimum. Take it to impound. Congratulations, Ralph. Next up, car number 742. This is a blown modified Grand Touring, sporting a small block Chevrolet 360 cubic inch. Class minimum is 200. A little sideways off the push truck, grabbing for gears, favoring the left side of the course, trying to keep that Chevrolet tame in that Japanese ride. American horsepower, Japanese car. That is no stranger to speed. Car number 742 through the traps at 151.328. 151.328 for car number 742. Up next, car number 505. This is an A Fuel Roadster. Kilger Family Racing with Mike Kilger behind the controls. Class record is 228.274. San Diego Roadster Club entry. Using a Chevrolet 8-cylinder big block, 468 cubic inch big block. And it looks like we're going to be on course hold here for just a moment.
back the engine down since they had it running on nitro, so we're going to push him off to the side, and then when he's ready, we'll put him back in for scratch 505. Copy that, Tyler.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Hey, Jay. Jay, are you telling
All right, we are on course hold currently, guys. Guess while we're waiting around on course hold, do a little bit of homework here. If you haven't done so already, make sure to visit scta-bni.org, the official website for the Southern California Timing Association. Of course, you want to give a nice warm thank you to all of the sponsors for 2025. Let's start with Speedway Motors Museum. Make sure to check out their website. That is Wow, I'm already messing that up this morning. That is museumofamericanspeed.com for Speedway Motors Museum. Make sure to go check out their website. Go visit them when you go across the country. It is a well-stocked museum. And of course, you have Speedway Motors. Speedwaymotors.com is the official website. Safety Clean. Everything you need to keep your shop all nice and proper. Go to safety-clean.com with a K. ARP, go to arp-bolts.com.
How's that for a cone cam? Tim, got a copy?
Looks like we're off of course hold. And we're going to send bike number 372 now that we are off of course hold. High Desert Racers Club entry. This is Tim Lewis behind the controls. Team Bucket. That's a 100cc motorcycle. Special construction on fuel. Class record is 106.867. Roaring onto course now like a flock of angry bees. Bike number 372, Tim Lewis, running on a 106 class record. Bike number 372 through the traps at 61.574. 61.574. Not quite fast enough to get a speeding ticket on the 5. Roaring on the course now, bike number 7194, Shinya behind the controls. 1350cc, special construction, vintage gas. Class record is 145.222. Shinya's using a Harley Davidson knucklehead. 1946 vintage knucklehead. Tumbleweed Racers. Bike number 7194 through the traps at 119.881. 119.881 for bike number 7194. No disappointments. All right, who are we sending? I see Nick out there. Bike number 3786. Looks like we're going to send next. Roaring on the course now, favoring the right side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed. Sounding really good heading down course. No information on this bike. Bike number 3786. 175.808. 175.808. Sounded like a great run down on the big end.
Who's next?
All right, next up, car number 1174, 3D Racing with David behind the controls. Class record is 184.281. Sounding absolutely BA off the push truck. 1174 through the traps at 160.821. 160.821 for car number 1174. May not be to the 180 on our class record, but the sound alone was good enough. That is a nice sounding 8-cylinder. Car number 518 on course now, running on a class record of 187.143. That's Kelsey Griffin behind the controls. XF Blown Street Roadster. Eliminators Club entry. Sporting a 1946 flathead Ford 8-cylinder. Through the traps at 95.873. 95.873 for car number 518. Next up, bike number 415, 1000cc modified, partially streamlined motorcycle on fuel with Leslie Hoogerhide behind the controls. Class record is 193.452. Using a BMW 2017 vintage engine. It is a Milers Club entry for Leslie. Through the traps at 198.321, 198.321 for bike number 415. Congratulations, Leslie. Take it to impound. You have earned a new record. Next up, Mark Summit. I did confirm earlier he is not wearing socks on this run. Bike number 367. Class record is 116.934. He's going to need everything possible to break this record. This is his own record. And away he goes. Favoring the right side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed, running on a 116 class record. That is a 350cc special construction motorcycle, push rod engine on gasoline. Not quite enough. Bike number 367, 105.974. 105.974 for bike number 367. Next up out of the rookie lane, bike number 793. It's an interesting construction motorcycle. Looks really nice. Long swing arm on the back. Sounding really good for a rookie run. Bike number 793 through the traps at 141.458. 141.458 for bike number 793. Not bad for a first run. Wish I had more info on that bike. Take number two out of the 200-mile-an-hour line. Car number 505. This is a San Diego Roadster Club entry, Kilger Family Racing, 1929 Ford Roadster, sporting an big block 468 cubic inch Chevrolet 8-cylinder. Got Mike Kilger behind the controls for this run. Class record is 228.279. That is an A fuel Roadster. is doing some last second checks here on after the fire up, making sure everything's all good. Transitioning to fuel. This is going to be a good sounding run right here. Ah, great job. Great job, Jay. Here we go, on course now, car number 505. Uh-oh, sounded good off the push truck. Nice and easy, keeping the wheel spin down, keeping the car pointed straight. Like a professional. Car number 505 to the traps at 200.674. 200.674 for car number 505, running on a 228 class record. Next up, bike number 139, Bill Chambers. Running on a class record of 175.868. This is a 3000cc special construction motorcycle pushrod engine on fuel. Class record is 175.868. I think this is his record. Looks like Bill's having a little bit of issues with the motorcycle. And an early turnout for Bill. On course now, car number 627. Online Racing, Robert Seitz Jr. Shout out to Judy. Class record is 186.040. Gear grinders pleasantry. Using a 1980. That is an H-blown fuel modified roadster. Through the traps at 172.611. 172.611, running on a 186 class record for car number 627. Up next, bike number 2107. That is a sidecar motorcycle. Searching for some gears. Possibly gonna get some speed. Favoring the center of the course. That is a sidecar motorcycle. There is a gear grinder joke in there, isn't there? I'm going to leave that alone. That'll create all sorts of problems. I got friends on both sides there. I can't make that joke. It's, you know, fresh grind is on Saturdays, not Sundays. Bike number 2107 through the traps at 72.944. 72.944 for bike number 7102. Just fast enough to get a speeding ticket. Up next, car number 7, Ardema Braun, over out of the 200-mile-an-hour line. Haven't paid much attention, unfortunately, between Speed Week and today to figure out what they're doing. I'm disappointed Pete didn't bring me his latest update. Although I'm a little worried, the engine just fired up a little bit of smoke there. This is an Aurora V12. Yes, you heard that right. This is an Oldsmobile Aurora 8-cylinder that's been whittled into 12 cylinders out of Pete's garage. San Diego Roadster Club entry. One of my favorite Lakesters here. So cool. If you don't get a chance, if you haven't had a chance, you got to go check out their YouTube channel. You get to see how this V12 is whittled out of nothing, turning 12,000 plus RPMs out of an engine that you built in your garage. All old school machining, no computerized CNC. It is all analog calipers and a pocket knife and a Dremel. Don't have an information sheet on these guys. I'm going to assume that he's running, I think, C or D. I'm sure I'll get corrected on that later. Here we go, on course now. Not even sure if that's Cal behind the controls or not, but hey, go get it, Cal. Hopefully it's you. Looking good down course, sounding good down course. No idea which class he's running in. 245.805, 245.805 for car number 7. That is a great, respectable run. got some updated information. Looks like on car number 7, they were running in C gas Lakester. Class record was 244.9, and they ran 245.805. Pete's going to be a happy, happy gentleman. Again, that was San Diego Roadster Club entry using that Aurora inspired V12. Yeah. Roaring on the course now, bike number 7601 getting a nice shove off from crew member. Off like a blind squirrel, searching for gears and speed, favoring the right side of the course. Looks like he got it all collected, and he's off and away, roaring down course. Bike number 7601. While we're waiting on the Calendar Brigade bike, low CC 2-stroke, head on over to the north side of the start line and go check out the SCTA merchandise trailer. It's that big trailer with SCTA and Bonneville Nationals on the side of it. Go grab yourself a hat, t-shirt, calendar. If you're interested in Landspeed racing, $10 gets you in. Buy yourself a rule book, figure out what car you'd like to run. If you've been paying attention to Speed Week in Bonneville, you know, Aunt Jean's Passat sitting out in the North 40. Head on out there and put a roll cage in that thing and go run it. And you can't, oh, that's right, you can't cheat unless you have a rule book. This is very true. Of course, can you cheat if you don't know what the rules are? Anyway, head on over to the north side of the start line and grab yourself a hat, t-shirt, support Landspeed Racing, and share the love of Landspeed Racing with your friends. On course now, bike number 750. This is a 500cc motorcycle piloted by Leslie Ayres. This is Black Cat Biggs is the entry. Class minimum is 133. This is round number 2 that we're starting into. She's favoring the right side of the course, trying to get to that 133 class minimum. That is a 2024 vintage Kawasaki 650, or excuse me, 500 cc. She should have took her socks off. 132.125, 132.125. On a 133 minimum. Up next, car number 81. Oh, look at that beautiful car. If you're not taking a photo of this car, you don't have a pulse. This is one of the sexiest looking streamliners on the dirt right now. That is an H diesel streamliner, and away he goes with Chris behind the controls, running on an open record, a minimum of 140. He's using a VW engine. I don't think that's avocado green, that's pea green. Might be, you know, different. That is a Ride Riders Club entry, 1980s vintage VW diesel engine. He went the other way. Got to tune that diesel the other way. 123.275. 123.275 for car number 81. Trying to get to that 140. Out of the 200-mile-an-hour lane, car number 834. We are into round 2. Kenko, Gearhead Guru. Class record is 202.867. That is a B Street Roadster. Nice job off the push truck. Grabbing for gears, looking for speed, favoring the left side of the course. Ken's using a 2018 vintage Dodge small block for this record.
Tower, this is Keith. Can you tell me what 81 vehicle 81 did? 81 did 123.275. 123.275. Thank you.
Nice run, nice and consistent. 198.602, 198.602 for car number 834, running on a 202 class record. Next up, car number 908. Go, Kelly, go. No stranger to speed. She usually drives something that's a lot quicker than that on the drag strip. That is a George Calloway car. The Salted Peanut. Gold Coast Roadster Club entry, 1998 Chevy Sprint. And Kelly's running on an open class of 125, and that is an I Production Sports vehicle. Car number 908 through the traps at 100.924, 100.924 for car number 908. Got a little slower on that run. I think we lost the PA. Yeah. Yeah. Audio check. 1, 2. Audio check. Yeah. We lost the PA. If anyone wants to tell Ron. Up next, bike number 372. Tim Lewis behind the controls. Favoring the right side of the course. Running on a class record of 106.867. It's a 100cc special construction motorcycle on fuel. Hugging the right side of the course. Check. Checking the cables. Yeah, that's that one. All right, we're going to be on course hold here for just a minute. Now, while we're on course hold, I'd like to give a nice thank you to our gold sponsors for the SCTA 2025 season. We got Tom from Secure It Tactical, Jeff Stillwell, Monty and Tyler Osborne of A Total Fire Protection, Jim Jard, Jim Lindsay, Bruce Wanta, Randy Speranza, Randy Johnson, at Sushi Yasui Tweakers Racing, Mark Conte, Dennis Morani, David Pilgrim, Eric Swanson, Surface Engineered Tech, Wayne Yurton of C2 Restorations, Charles Nierberg, and Kenneth Woolley. If you see them around at the various places that we race, shake their hand, thank them for being gold sponsors for the 2025 season. Make sure to head on over to the north side of the start line. Go check out the SCTA merchandise trailer. Lots of hats, shirts, rule books, pens, great merchandise over there supporting and allowing you to sport Landspeed racing to all your hot rod buddies. right, as we've started into round number 2. So far, we've ran 45 vehicles. Fastest so far is our Dima Braun at 245.805 with their home-built V12 Aurora heads, or Oldsmobile heads. Second fastest looks like it's going to be a motorcycle so far, and it doesn't even burn any fuel. And that was Matt, bike number 2656. 224 is the fastest bike. Second fastest vehicle so far today. If you haven't done so already, make sure to head on over to scta-bni.org. That is the official website for the Southern California Timing Association. Check out all the future events. Results. And of course, we are live streaming at lsrlive.com. On course now, car number 1347, the Honky. Gary Carroll behind the controls, running on a class record of 116.135. That is a J gas coupe. Car number 1347 through the traps at 106.810, 106.810 for car number 1347. 10 miles an hour off the class record. Roaring on the course now, Woody's Aramaki, Mark Summit. Bike number 367, 350cc special construction motorcycle on gas. It's a pushrod engine on gas. Class record is 116.934. Bike number 367 through the traps at 90.263, 90.263 for bike number 367. On course now, bike number 1130, Jack Hayden behind the controls. It's a 1350cc modified, partially streamlined motorcycle on gas, running in a class record of 191.831. And through the traps at 170.187 for bike number 1130. Roaring on the course now, bike number 659. That is a different sounding Harley. I think it was only running on one cylinder, maybe. That's Perry behind the controls. Definitely smells like fuel. That is a good whiff of fuel there. Proper nitromethane. Martin, Schaefer, and Chambers as the entry. Class records 196.343. On Perry's rookie run, bike number 659 through the traps at 72.411. 72.411 for bike number 659. On course now, bike number 248. That's a 1000cc modified motorcycle, pushrod on fuel. Rutherford McLeish XB with Francisco Gonzalez behind the controls. Class record is 140.143. Last run was an early turnout for Francisco, so hopefully he'll get a good clean run in this time around. And bike number 248 is an early turnout again. Ah, bummer. Roaring on the course now, sounding a little fat. Bike number 7805, starting to clean out. That is a 175cc modified motorcycle on gas. That's Ian Campbell behind the controls. Class record is 105.657. It's using a rotary valve Kawasaki engine. Bike number 7805 through the traps at 58.191. Not quite fast enough to get a speeding ticket on the 5, just enough to piss everyone off. Waiting on. Is our course clear? Oh, we're waiting on cars to come up. Oh, we got our rookie getting strapped in. All right, next up, we're going to send car number 50. Sidewinders Club entry, Fruitiger 50 Racing. That is a small block Chevrolet with only 4 of the cylinders remaining. That is a G Fuel modified roadster. The question is it Haley or is it Shane that's behind the controls? Shane? No, Daly. Thank you. I love it. All right, here we go. Car number 50 on course now, getting a nice shove off from the push truck. Waiting for the engine to fire. Giving him a nice big shove, making sure that 1984 vintage four-cylinder V8 on 4 cylinders gets a fair chance. Looks like he made it off the push truck. Running on a class record of 160. It's actually an open record of 160. May have been a turnout. Hard to tell at this moment. And in fact, it is a turnout. On course now, bike number 196. This is a 1000cc modified motorcycle. Push rod on fuel favoring the center of the course. Sounding really good heading down course. Class record is 140.143. That's Paul Mitchell behind the controls. Mitchell Lewis is the entry. I have a sudden need to want to go buy some hairspray or some hair product. I don't know. I know that sounds weird, but anyway, Paul Mitchell behind the controls of this bike. Bike number 196. Through the traps at 110.707. Not quite fast enough to blow your hair back. Next up, bike number 7194, roaring on the course, sounding like a proper Harley. San Diego Roadster Club entry. Shinya behind the controls on this run. Class record is 145.222. 1350cc motorcycle, vintage gas. Part of the Tumbleweed Racers group. Bike number 7194 through the traps at 124.915. 124.915 for bike number 7194. Straight off the showroom floor, bike number 399. That is a San Diego Roadster Club entry. 2001 vintage Harley Davidson. Excuse me, Indian. What am I saying? Indian motorcycle. Bags are still on that bike and everything. That is a full production motorcycle, 1650cc, running a class record of 152. Taken off really nicely off the line and going through the gears quite cleanly. Like he knows what he's doing. And bike number 399 through the traps at 103.089. 103.089 for bike number 399. Oh, and we're going to be on course hold here for a brief moment. All right, we are going to be on a brief course hold here for just a little bit. If you haven't done so already, head on over to the north side of the start line. Head on over to the SCTA merchandise trailer. Pick yourself up a hat, t-shirt, poster, all sorts of cool stuff supporting Landspeed Racing. Visit scta-bni.org, scta-bni.org for official results and future event calendars. And of course, we are streaming live at lsrlive.com. I'd like to give a nice warm shout out to the SCTA sponsors, Speedway Motors Museum, Safety Clean, Speedway Motors, Goodyear Racing, ARP. Show these guys a little bit of love. Leave your credit card behind. Pick something up. Performance Plus Racing Oils. Give them a little bit of love so they can keep giving us a little bit of love. So far, the fastest vehicle of the meet is Ardema Braun, car number 7, setting a record at 2:45. Fastest motorcycle is an electric bike with Matt behind the controls. Streamlined electric motorcycle at 2:24. Be really cool to see some of these guys that spend all that time trying to make a 50cc do 100 miles an hour to focus on like a 350 or a 1000cc bike. Try to outmatch that electric. There's a lot of open classes in motorcycle. When I say open, I mean a lot of room for improvement. All right, once again, we are on course hold. Let's see, how's the chat doing? You guys aren't talking much on the chat. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Ah, Elizabeth. Welcome to El Mirage. That's cool. Well, hopefully he does well. I've got a soft spot for the Studebaker Commander, although I don't like the growth that's on the hood, but you know, I'm sure that's there for a very specific reason, for a good reason. Looking forward to seeing how fast that car can go. Eric. You know what? It's funny, Eric. I've been strung along. It's what's it been, about a month, and that interview is still a hot lead, if you would believe it. But they're not moving very quickly. So I'm still part of the loser class, keeping it all together somehow. Generator gas is good, I believe. I don't have to worry about that usually at El Mirage. It's always a good thing. Love is a beautiful word. This is true. I think we need a little bit of that, especially considering modern times. Thanks for following up on that, Eric. Appreciate it. Could use a few more leads. Gas is good till it runs out, yes, or evaporates. Yeah, I'm going to be self-serving for just a minute, but yeah, if you guys have a lead out there on, you know, I work in the world of IT, and you know, 10 years ago I did a lot of social media stuff in the toy industry. So if you guys have a lead or know somebody, let me know. Could use the work right about now. There, I'll throw that out there. I've used up every other resource. I haven't tapped into this, so how about that? All right, how's the chat doing? Ah, yes, Eric. So mid-course transmitter, the battery died. I picked up some cheap batteries from OfferUp, so it's kind of a crapshoot on what you get, whether or not they're going to be any good or not. And the battery that I put on the mid-course camera died, but the savior is I've got Mark Brazeau out on the big end, so he's not on the start line now. He's down at the big end. That's why you're able to see the motorcycle earlier develop the speed wobbles after he went through the traps. So yeah, that's pretty cool. But they're all recording. So we got a camera mid-course. It's actually, when I say mid-course, about the 3/4 mark. It's recording until its battery dies. And then we have a trap camera, camera right on the timing traps, right on the dirt. So when we make it back to the homestead, we got a lot of editing to do. We got plenty of footage. And then, of course, Mark's recording on his camera. So we get to have some fun there. There's going to be a lot of video footage to edit in the off-season, I think, to play around with and have some fun to keep things flowing. Again, we are on temporary course hold for a little bit here. No science experiments on the camera coolers at this point. You know, El Mirage, I'd like to say El Mirage is my test bed for Bonneville. But I just got word, looks like we might be down for a bit of time here. So I'm on the transmitter side of things. I'm using what I like to believe is the cutting edge of technology that is affordable without spending 20 grand on transmitter receivers. I've got the best in the class, and they're not really, even on a day like today. It's pretty cool. Today it's about 80 degrees, and the transmitters are doing pretty good today, although the big transmitter that I have that should function at up to 3 miles, giving me a hard time. Like right now, here it is with Mark, and I shouldn't have that level of garbage from the 1 mile. Of course, he's probably got it sitting inside the motorhome, but still, it should be a lot better than the other transmitters. So I think what I'm going to end up doing is going with a second Starlink for the big end. So these little transmitters work great for the start line. They've been flawless for the start line. But when you get any distance out there past half mile, it does some weird stuff. So I think what I'm going to do is a second Starlink, a Starlink Mini, and go back to some IP-based cameras and transmit to the satellite, to a server, and then that server will feed back to me where I can edit it into the stream. There'll be a bit of a delay, probably about a 5 to 10 second delay, but at Bonneville that doesn't matter so much because a lot happens between mile 1 and mile 3. So I'm thinking that's going to be the solve is a second Starlink, and just place the Starlink down at the big end. So news at 11 on that. But before I do that, you know, I got to have consistent work before I do that. That's the thought process. I'm about ready to abandon using the transmitters further than further than half a mile to 3/4 of a mile. It seems to be the comfortable zone of about a half mile, even though advertised distance on the small transmitters is 1.33 miles. The big transmitter, the advertised distance is 4 miles, excuse me. In real life situation, they really don't do that very consistently. So, and I even have high gain antennas on the receiver to help give the whole system kind of a fighting chance. Go by Matt's trailer. Yeah, if I have enough time, I'll go by and go check it out. I can't wait. Love some of that history of racing. Corby. Sorry about that. It's a little bright. Trying to look at the monitor here. So this is Landspeed Racing. So the format here, the start line is what you're looking at here. There are 4 lanes. The lane on the left side, far left side, you see the motorcycle. That is what's known as a 200-mile-an-hour line. So anyone who's capable and licensed for 200 miles an hour, that's kind of a dedicated line for people that are faster. Gives them the ability to get on course sooner. Not sure why we're firing anything up when we're not going to be running anything for quite a while. But whatever. Anyway, and then the next lane over is what I will call the 175 lane. The 2 middle lanes are basically the normal lanes. Anyone from 100 cc, and above. And you could put a 200-mile-an-hour car in those 2 lanes, but most people who run faster than 200 go to the far left. And then the right lane, to the far right where you see that yellow Studebaker, that is known as the rookie lane. Everyone who is just getting their first runs in or getting reacquainted to El Mirage needs to run out of that lane. And of course the starters, they pick each lane accordingly. The track itself is 1.33 miles. Sorry for all the veterans that are listening to me go through this. So, and there's a timing trap down at the 1.33 mile mark. And of course, it's all computerized timing. And I get to see a screen here that tells me how fast the cars went, what class the car is in. And of course, all the racers come to this trailer to pick up their timing slip after they run. After a vehicle has made it through inspection, you can go up to the start line. After a vehicle has broken a record or set a record, they must go back to inspection and get their vehicle inspected to make sure that they didn't do anything to the vehicle in between the time of being inspected and setting the record. Bradley, I have not. The airplane is in pieces currently. Thanks to a couple of really kind friends, I have had some Saratoga times. I've had some high performance time, and thank God for that, because flying is very much like anything else. You do get rusty. All right, Corby, I hope that helps answer some questions there for you on the format of the racing. And of course, this isn't like drag racing, so you run one car at a time, and it takes time to get vehicles going from one car to the next. Sometimes it's slow. Sometimes it's pretty shotgun fast. Just depends on who's how hard the starters are pushing and how fast racers get their vehicles going. Every vehicle is a little different too. You notice how every car starts up differently. Every motorcycle starts a little differently. So they've got their process to get going. You know, Kilger family is a great example. They fired up earlier this morning, and then there was an incident on course that forced them to shut the car down. You know, Mike, the Kilger family racing, they're not new to the Landspeed racing scene, so they were up and ready to go, strapped in, engine was ready to go, and unfortunately, because there was an incident on course, it forced them to shut down. And then we got to see what it took to clear the engine out and get the car back to ready status to run again. So each car is different. Some cars you come up and it's turnkey. You twist the key and it fires up or push the button. Others, it requires a process to get the car running, or even the bike running for that matter. Radio transmission distance ubiquity cells. Yes, Andy, you are right. That's how I started this live stream, actually, was using the Ubiquity point-to-point. And even with the Ubiquity point-to-point, it was pretty difficult. It, you know, you get a mixture of network issues along with RF issues. You know, I had a signal all the way down to the 5-mile mark using the Ubiquity point-to-point, but again, it was just an inconsistent signal. And of course, with IP-based stuff using Ubiquity, it becomes it takes a minute or so before it'll come back up again. Let's see, the post office is hiring for almost everything. Every state. Auto field, few positions in IT. Appreciate, who was that? Daniel? Appreciate that, Daniel. Thanks for the heads up there. I'll take note on that. Yeah, good point there, Andy. I'll have to reinvestigate that, I think. And Ubiquity has changed their technology tremendously too since the last I tried. I mean, those point-to-points, the new ones are a lot different now, and they seem to function a lot better than the previous generation. Let's see, Corby, I don't have a count on entry, but typically we get anywhere from 60 entries on a slow event, all the way on up to 150. for El Mirage. Oftentimes we'll be able to get 1 or 2 rounds in, and that's it during a day. On the slower months, this is usually the slower month, usually July and June, because there's a lot of racing that happens. Plus, on top of that, it's usually hot. So normally aspirated guys don't really produce a lot of horsepower. A lot of people don't want to go play in the heat. As an example, Bonneville, when we do Speed Week, we can get 300-400 entries at Speed Week. And of course, we usually run 2 to 3 courses, so it spreads out the ability for everyone to get several runs in during the day. Hey, how we doing? So at Bonneville, you were running Lefevre's car, right?
I ran George's car.
You ran George's car first.
Got a record that same day. I jumped in bikes.
Yeah.
Did my license back.
Yeah.
We broke the throttle cable the first time.
I was, yeah.
So then we fixed it. So I was in the car 3 times.
Yeah. That was a cool deal. So the first mile or so, it looked like you were really having fun keeping the car together. And then at about the 2 mile mark, the car, like aerodynamically, like,
I swear, you feel it just hunker down and go.
that was the coolest thing to see on the onboard camera, because I saw exactly that, because it was like all over. I'm like, dude, is he gonna make it? And all of a sudden the car just like, it was like a top that just oscillated and it was perfect.
That was the fastest this car's ever been.
Really? That's great.
We figured it out, but we lost it.
Yeah. That part was scary when you come to a stop and you're like, ooh, okay.
Yeah, I was going, I looked at the dash and I was like, okay, I'm like, there's the 3, and I looked down, and I right ready to hit 24 pounds of boost. Because we only did 270 at 19.
Yeah.
Maybe 20, 22, 24. I just got ready to click into it, and I felt the car do this. And I immediately hit the parachute. As soon as I hit the parachute, the car's going like this. I'm like, fuck, no erection, correction. I'm like, come on, I know it's gonna hit.
Right.
And bam, it hit me, and then I drove out of it, and then I was on the brake.
Great job. Great job. That could have been way worse.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't ask for a better ride.
Yeah.
So he figured out what we need to do. So it's at the house right now. I fixed the belly pad.
Right.
I'm gonna go back on the dyno and actually get 2 for 22, 24 pounds. So we'll be ready for next year.
I love it.
Brand new set of tires. But we made the tires last 5 runs.
Yeah.
So most people are having 1 run out of tires.
Interesting.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Awesome.
So I was real careful.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
But it was very nice meeting
Dude,
you.
great job.
So I gotta,
Keep it up.
I'm the one that always starts the bike with Gilder.
Oh, no kidding.
I'm the guy, me and Mike, I work for Mike.
Okay. Okay.
So, we want to put the car together, and me and I'm tuning it back, gave me the whole, so I called back.
Oh, man.
I'm like, the EGTs are like 1,000 degrees, it's still cold, it's lugging it first. He's like, well, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
I'm like, we'll pull 10 out of the main and keep the percentage the same. I want to get a hammer up on the tune-up first.
Yeah.
Before it really steps up on it for November. That's why we're back out of the game. I just got that service.
What's the optimal EGT that you're looking for?
1800.
1800?
Thank you. Oh yeah, that little car
Wow, so 1,800 on the EGTs. Wow.
They'll go 19 and 2,000, but safe tune-up is maybe between 17 and 19.
Okay.
That's where the optimal is.
Interesting. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, Mike made a lot of changes. This is the first time he's ever drove that car flat on the floor. I looked at all the data.
He was telling me earlier. Yeah.
So, and I've been coaching the hell out of him. You know?
Sure. That's funny.
Well, thank you, sir.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks
Have
for
a good
all
day.
Thanks for all the good stuff, guys.
Absolutely.
Good to see you, buddy.
Thanks for the show.
My name's John.
Dwight, what clap?
Yeah, I'll see you in the World Finals.
Yep. Stay safe.
Roger's gonna take the first lap in it. And
Yeah.
hand off on the tune-up back and down over and then hand the car over to you.
Cool. Awesome. All right, man. Good luck.
Take care.
Still on temporary course hold, guys. It's going to be a little bit. Uh-oh. Oh. All right, with that, I think I'm going to take a break here for just a moment.
I can't read it. I don't have my glasses.
Jack Albright. Yeah, sorry, I didn't catch that text. It was cool to meet up with John there for a minute. I'm dying to ask that question that you guys heard me ask on the Lefevre's. What was he running? A Lakester, Roadster, modified Roadster. Shoot, I don't remember now. Anyway, regardless of that, if you see the onboard footage of him racing that at Bonneville, you get to see him the first mile or so. The car is just all over the place. It is just looks like it's a handful. And then you get to about the 2 mile mark and it just planted itself. And the way John described it, it literally just planted itself and became stable. Like it hit this aerodynamic point where the car was like in its sweet spot. And it was straight as an arrow, stayed in the middle of the track. It's just a cool thing. It's cool to watch physics work. Yeah, if you ever want to be entertained, you go get yourself a pilot's certificate. Go learn what it takes. Go learn center of pressure, center of gravity, what it takes for an airfoil to work. A lot of that stuff applies to racing. A lot of it. Even engines. You heard me ask about EGTs. You know, on an airplane, optimal EGT is right around 1450, no higher than 1450. You'll start melting holes in the pistons. You know, and John was talking about 1800. Of course, you would think I'd remember some level of information from Altigue, but not everything. You don't retain everything. Anyway, a lot of cool similarities between aviation and racing that kind of overlap with each other. Even the art of metalworking, for that matter. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah, very good, Jack. Yeah, I love that S10. Temp's not too bad, Elizabeth. It's right around 80 degrees. DA is 4,900 feet, approximately. Light winds, light and variable. Bradley. So the airplane started out with a crack in the elevator control surface, which wasn't so bad, except the patch, legal patch that I was able to put on it. It started to crack. So my partner and I both looked at it and said, "Well, it's time to make it right." Much like the world of automotive and racing, you know, you don't just let anyone touch the airplane. You got to find the right people, and there's not many people that will reskin a control surface, as it turns out. So after reskinning the control surface, went through that, and you know, I was still employed at that particular point. So, you know, we had decided that, you know, maybe it's time to paint the airplane, and it all kind of went downhill from there. So the airplane sits in the corner in pieces currently, in the middle of paint. The wings are off, stripped. The fuel tanks are out. which is something that we wanted to do desperately, which was make the fuel tanks bigger. There's a place up in Northern California that has a what's called an SCT, a special type certificate that allows you to go with bigger fuel tanks. Gonna get that done, and then get it all back together again with nice fresh paint at some point. So I figure a year from now, if my life stays, gets back on track, I think about a year from now the airplane will be back to flying status. It might be a little longer, but then I'll have to be ready for an engine, because the engine right now is sitting at about 1,600 hours, and suggested rebuild time is at about 2,000. Eric, that's funny. You know, another old prank that's kind of fun is taking a condenser out, charging it, stripping the wire off and charging it, letting it sit there on the bench. Ask one of your buddies to grab it. Yeah, I bet you on a production vehicle the EGTs are probably pretty low. Could be wrong about that, especially with the modern computers now with fuel economy. You'd think the engineers are probably working really hard. There's a fine line in there, I bet, of longevity and fuel economy that they probably play with. Yeah, El Mirage has definitely got a rich history, that's for sure. You know, drag racing essentially started here to some degree. You know, Wally Parks, one of the founders for Southern California Timing Association, and naturally progressed into drag racing. Held the first official National Hot Rod Association race at John Wayne Airport, known then as Santa Ana. That's a good point, Eric. I don't know what the the burn point for ATF would be. Guess you got to know that first, and then you probably get a good good idea. Yeah, it's up in the mountains back here somewhere, if I remember right, Jerry. Thought I flew over it once. It's a little further north from here, and obviously closer to the mountains. All right, once again, we're still on course hold, guys. Normally, I just shut up and walk away until we get off of course hold. But it looks like we might be getting back to running, possibly. I see vehicles returning back, so a little hopeful here. Let's see. Looks like Keith is back down here, so I don't know if this is news that we're going to start running or news that we stop. We'll know shortly. just got word. Looks like I think we're going to start racing.
Starting line 12, beat that.
5 minutes. About 5 minutes, we're going to start racing. Let's get rid of this little course hold tag. That's a good thing. We're going to start running. Just talked to Wayne a little bit ago, and sounds like he's going to get going. This is good. looks like we're going to be getting off course hold here pretty soon. All right, looks like we got maybe about less than 5 minutes. We'll be off of course hold and back to running again. This is a good thing. I'm anxious. I want to see this Studebaker run. This thing's cool. I know it's just a rookie run, but still, we want to hear it. We're dying. It's going to sound cool, I bet. Of course, we got an XO production on the front line, which is always fun. It's always a good guess to know who's going to go faster, the push truck or the race car. They'll talk to me about that comment later, I'm sure. And then there's a car over in the 200-mile-an-hour lane. I can't see what it is, though. Got a giant Silverado in the way. Lakester back behind that. A couple of good cars in line still. A couple of bikes. Small displacement bikes. Lots of good racing still yet to come. I'll have to ask the owner of the Studebaker where he found the car. Always curious to know what happened to the old San Diego Roadster Club Studebaker 352. It was the same color as this one. Now that I put that out there, I'll probably get 1,000 messages telling me where it went. It'll be good. Still waiting to get going here. I think we're getting baby steps closer to running. The wind is finally cooperating a little bit. I can see the lights for the timing traps, which is kind of cool. Nice and bright. Corby, right now it's about 80 degrees. Winds are variable, light, about 4 miles an hour or so. Nothing significant. Elizabeth, thank you for that information. 352 was part of the, I love it. All right, it's a Mopar engine. Awesome. The ice cream truck. Should have heard me earlier. Ice cream, ice cream. Mommy, mommy, ice cream truck's here. Okay, I'm going to stop now. All right, here we go. We're going to start running. First up is a motorcycle. We got Jack Cambria behind the controls. Cambria, excuse me. Bike number 1111 on course now. This is his second rookie run. Don't be confused. Sounding really good, heading on down course. Favoring left side of the course, making a really nice clean run his first time around. Looks like he's doing just the same for his second run in round number 2. Bike number 1111 through the traps at 143.163. Nice, clean, consistent run. He ran a 143 last time he ran. Great job, Jack. That is a 1350cc special construction motorcycle on gas. And that's the end of that battery. I'm running out of batteries. Huh? Oh. That was your iPod, huh? Next up, bike number 7606 on course now. Ralph behind the controls, Team McLeish. It's a 175cc motorcycle, modified, partially streamlined motorcycle on gas. 7606. It's in a 1990s Yamaha TZ engine. And that battery's dead too. That's a nice run for bike number 7606, 104.934, 104.935 on a 107 class record. Not bad, Ralph. So close to that record. On course now, car number 102. This is an XO production. Brew 102. Class record is 135.350. Car number 102 through the traps at 68.435. 68.435 for car number 102. I think what's running is car number 256. We finally get to hear it. Sounds pretty mean. It is a Chrysler Hemi under the hood. Nice and clean off the push truck. Engine sounds a little fat, but it's running, favoring the right side of the course. This is a rookie pass, so needs to be just a clean run, not necessarily super fast. Car number 256 through the traps at 93.179. 93.179. Nice clean run for car number 256. Next up, Thundersault 1205. This is a K blown fuel Lakester. Class record is 147.851 with Bill Daly behind the controls. That is an LSR club entry. It's using a 2009 vintage Suzuki GSX-R engine for this run. Off the push truck, nice and clean. Away he goes, favoring the left side of the course. Hunting for that class record, a 147.851. Car number 1205 through the traps at 131.908. 131.908 for car number 1205, running on a 147 class record. I know. Yeah. Yep. Next up, bike number 263, Gear Grinders Club entry, the Radio Flyer, with Luke behind the controls. It's a 2000cc Honda, bored down to 100cc. Bigger block for a smaller displacement. CT200 to be exact. 1960s vintage engine. That is a modified motorcycle, push rod, blown gas. And away he goes. Roaring on the course. Tell me again when we were 10 riding our YZ80s and said we were doing 100 miles an hour. I think anything at that age with an engine felt fast. I think my cameraman will fall asleep as the thing goes by. Who will get tired first? Mark's wrist holding the camera or the motorcycle getting to the start line or the finish line? Just a reminder, head on to the north side of the start line. Grab yourself a hat, t-shirt, a calendar so you can figure out how fast this guy's going. There are wonderful SCTA calendars available on the north side of the start line at the SCTA merchandise booth. I bet if you walk over there, grab yourself a calendar, you can come back and he'll just make it through the traps. Okay, I haven't made the calendar brigade joke in quite a while, haven't I? Oh, there we go. Through the traps. Bike number 263 at 53.715. 53.715. So close to that 65 mile an hour open record. Oh, here we go. Next step, car number 505, Kilger Family Racing. Over in the 200 mile an hour lane, class record's 228.279. Up next, once again, car number 505 out of the 200 mile an hour lane, San Diego Roadster Club entry, Kilger Family with Mike Kilger. Off the push truck, nice and clean. And away he goes, favoring left side of the course, grabbing for gears, looking for speed, going after that 228 class record. Big black Chevrolet. Proper run. Car number 505 through the traps at 203.348. 203.348. On course now, bike number 415. Hooger Hide Honey with Leslie behind the controls. Class record's 193.453 as she's grabbing through the gears, sounding amazing down course. That is a 1000cc modified, partially streamlined motorcycle on fuel. And she's hauling the mail down on the big end. Take it to impound, Leslie. Congratulations. 195.386. 195.386 on a 193 class record. Jim and Leslie are going to be happy this evening. All right, I got old information. I guess that was not a record. Bummer. Hate it when that happens. 3 miles an hour slower than the current record. It sounded great. Oh well, like I always say, if I'm offending you, the more you drink, the less offensive I am. And of course, the more I drink, the better the stories get. I don't know. No, not me. It's more like instant love. Yeah. Here we go, car number 627 on course now. That is an H, blown fuel, modified roadster. Shout out to Judy. Of course, 627 is a Gear Grinder Club entry, online racing. It's a Ford Model T 1927 vintage, sporting a 1992 Mazda 4-cylinder for power, running on a class record of 186.040. And car number 627 through the traps at 151.732. 151.732 for car number 627. Next up, out of the 200-mile-an-hour line, car number 747. His last run was supposed to be just a test pass. This time around, I believe he's going to go somewhat full send. This car just came in from Vegas and won an award at the National Corvette Show. You can blame the SCTA that he didn't win 100 points. He only won 98 points because of a piece of tape left on the shifter boot. Got to keep the dust out of the car somehow. Even the purest Corvette guys loved this car. Go get it, Wayne. On course now, car number 747, favoring the left side of the course, going for his own record of 2:06, I believe, from earlier this morning. 2:04 was the old record. .206.292 he ran this morning. .209.794. 209.794 for car number 747. Take it to impound, sir. Congratulations. Another great run by the Garage Shop team. Yep, he'll want that timing slip. Next up, bike number 139, Bill Chambers. Proper sounding Harley. Very proper sounding Harley. It's a 3,000cc special construction motorcycle, push rod engine on fuel. Class record is 175.868. He's about to go make his cruise to Cook's Corner. If you're wondering about that reference, if you ever sit out on Santiago Canyon in South Orange County, when he leaves the line, it will sound just like that. Well, sounds like he's having a little bit of a fuel issue there on the bottom end. Doesn't sound like it's clearing out very good. Still hear a little bit of pulsing. Yeah, now it's starting to clear out. All right, away he goes, favoring the right side of the course. Grabbing for gears, looking for speed, looking for that class record of 175. Hopefully his fuel delivery system will allow him to get that record. Hear it down on the big end. I think he shut it down on the big end. Yep, looks like he's coasting. He's going to go for a speeding ticket time of 55.057. Not quite fast enough to get a speeding ticket. Unless you're in a school zone. Yeah, maybe the school zone. On course now, bike number 7194, 1350cc special construction vintage gas. Shinya behind the controls on this run. Class record is 145.222. This is a San Diego Roadster Club entry. It's using a Knucklehead Harley 1946 vintage Knucklehead Harley engine. Bike number 7194 through the traps at 122.204. 122.204 for bike number 7194. Check, check, 1, 2. On course now, bike number 196. That is a 1000cc motorcycle, modified push rod engine on fuel. Class record is 140.143.
Thank you guys. Hey, great job.
Paul Mitchell behind the controls. Bike number 196 through the traps at 110.420. 110.420 for bike number 196. Check, 1, 2. On course now, bike number 1322. He snuck in. I thought he was done running rookie runs. I guess he gets one more. I swear he ran 3 times already, but I guess I am wrong. On course now, getting his 3rd rookie run in. These guys ran at Bonneville Speed Week too. They were serious about going out and having fun, doing a little bit of land speed racing. Go back to your clubhouse and brag about how fast you went. You didn't have to worry about a higher patrol being on you. Bike number 1322 through the traps at 108.685, 108.685 for bike 1322 on a rookie run. The little race car that could. 1347 on course now. The honky. I think Gary's behind the controls for this run. That is a J Gas Coupe. High Desert Racers Club entry. I think Pete would have been a little nicer to the engine after stalling it out. Although maybe Pete wouldn't even stalled it out to begin with. Or maybe he would have. And Pete just put too tall of a gear for this run. Class record is 116.135. I told you to make up a bunch of stories. You thought I was kidding. 112.332. 112.332 for car number 1347. Real close to that 116 class record. And I didn't push the button on the big cam. Next up, bike number 750. Leslie is taking notes out of Derek McLeish's way of racing. If you bring multiple vehicles, you can have tons of runs. At one point, when you buy enough motorcycles, does your husband say, hey, we have a problem? Here we go, on course now, Leslie Ayres. Black Cat Biggs is the name of this motorcycle. That's a 500cc modified on fuel. Class record is 133. It's actually an open class. She ran 132 earlier, right there on the edge. Hopefully, she can get the record. Change the sprocket, leave your socks in the pits, something, do something. Push the button. You know, like maybe I can remember to push the button to see the big end. $130.682, 130.682 for bike number 750. She shouldn't have had lunch before this run. got another 200-mile-an-hour contender, car number 834 over in the 200-mile-an-hour lane. San Diego Roadster Club entry, Gearhead Guru. It's a 1934 vintage Roadster, sporting a 2018 Dodge small block. Ken Ko behind the controls, running on a class record of 202.867. And that is a B Street Roadster. Car number 834 through the traps at 195.662. 195.662 for car number 834. Running consistent in the high 190s, not quite getting into the 200. That's a B Street Roadster. Ken's running on a record that was set back in 2004. Held by the Barbie Boys. Next up, bike number 7606. T. McLeish TZ. It's a 175cc motorcycle. Class record is 107.625. They put a tall gear in that one. This is using a 1990s vintage Yamaha TZ Gold Coast Roadsters entry with Ralph behind the controls. El Rey Wine being one of his sponsors. Not that I'm trying to hawk his wine or anything, but if you haven't tried Derek's wine, you really need to if you like wine. Good stuff. Great for date night. I'm not an expert. It's just smashed up grapes in a bottle. I mean, come on, I'm not the expert. Bike number 7606 through the traps at 104.862. 104.862 for bike number 7606. Only a few more vehicles left, it looks like. Jim can't let Leslie have all the fun. I see him back in line. Make sure the batteries are charged this run. That is a 300-mile-an-hour streamliner over there, car number 666. He did 312 at the last Bonneville event. All right, on course now, bike number 1130, Jack Hayden behind the controls, 1350cc modified, partially streamlined motorcycle. Class record is 191.831. Eliminators Club entry. Bike number 1130 through the traps at 169.910. 169.910 for bike number 1130. We got one vehicle left in line, and that's Hoogerhide. Electric Streamliner. He's running on his own record. He's not going to walk away feeling bad. But still, you want to be able to walk away feeling like you accomplished something. Have a good run. I bet you there's some real fun inter-family rivalry between Jim and Leslie. What'd you do today? Well, I set a record. What'd you do today? No pressure, Jim. No pressure at all. Current record sits at 224.521. Of course, it is owned by Jim. Be nice to bump that just a little bit. If you're wondering about the power plant, it is a Tesla motor that he has in this vehicle. And he picked up a new sponsor, the Top Oil, which is kind of cool. It's nice to pick up a new sponsor to help lighten the load a little bit. If you ever get a chance to see photos of what the battery pack looks like, you got to do that. It's kind of cool. Almost looks like a fuel tank from another vehicle. Modular. Comes out like your old Nokia cell phone. Well, the El Mirage anti-horsepower is kicking in. With a slight cross. Just in time. Hopefully that was just a little thermal blowing through. Yeah. All right, last vehicle here on the line, waiting for Jim to make the run. I think my camera guy gave up on the big end. He must be coming back.
Looks like the SCTA merchandise
Oh, yeah. SCTA merchandise trailer's still open over there. Grab yourself a hat, t-shirt, ball cap, pin, patches, all sorts of cool stuff supporting Landspeed Racing over on the north side of the trailer there. Grab yourself a bit of Landspeed Racing paraphernalia before you leave the dirt if you can. Here we go, on course now. Car number 666, Jim Hoogerhide. $200-mile-an-hour car on course now. Streamliner, electric Streamliner. Holds the record currently at 224. It's about halfway down track, 3/4 of the way down track. Car number 666 through the traps. Well, I'm thinking that was not a 200-mile-an-hour run. Should have got a time by now. Yeah, he turned out. And it was an early turnout. Didn't quite make it down to the... Darn, that's a bummer. All right, let's see. Was that it? Or is that official? Waiting for the official word.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for making sure that we get the ride under control before everybody leaves. But all of the rest of us, thank you for a great meeting. We are done.
All right, official word. That was the last vehicle of the meet. Southern California Timing Association would like to thank all volunteers, sponsors, family members, racers. Without all you guys, we can't have this much fun out on the dirt. Make sure to visit scta-bni.org, scta-bni.org for future events as well as official results from this weekend. We will be back out here in October. There are 2 more races to go, and also in November, which is our 2-day meet. Pack up your motorhome, come back out, and come hang out with us and watch some cars go fast. Appreciate you all coming out. Stop by the SCTA merchandise trailer before you go. Drive safe, everybody. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you all for hanging out and being all the cool people that you are. We'll see you all in October. Jury's out currently on World Finals, but we'll see. For sure, see you in October, guys. Have a wonderful afternoon. Make sure to like and subscribe on that channel and tell your friends, lsrlive.com.